My name is Melinda Rains, and I am a forensic scientist at the Scottsdale Police Department Crime Laboratory. I'm actually currently the forensic laboratory manager.
And how do you spell your last name?
It's RANES.
Thank you. How long have you been with the Scottsdale Police Department Crime Laboratory?
I just celebrated 15 years.
Can you give us a synopsis, if you will, of your training and experience for your job? But before I ask you that, did you have any forensic experience prior to going to Scottsdale?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I worked for the Arizona Department of Public Safety as well as the Maricopa County Office of the Medical Examiners.
All righty. What did you do at the medical examiner's office?
I worked in their toxicology unit.
And Department of Public Safety?
I started off in the toxicology unit and then I later transferred to the trace evidence unit.
And let's talk about the Department of Public Safety and the toxicology unit. For those who might not be familiar with that term, what did your job entail?
I tested biological fluids, specifically urine and blood, for the presence of drugs, including alcohol.
And how long were you there?
I was at the Department of Public Safety for 14 years.
And then you also went to the trace evidence unit, correct?
At the Department of Public Safety, yes.
And what did you do there?
I worked in doing ignitable liquids, so arson investigation cases, they submit it for ignitable liquids testing. I performed analysis on hairs, and I began fiber and footwear training.
So going back to my original question, you've given us your professional experience. Let's talk about your education that has prepared you for what you do.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry that I received from Northern Arizona University in 1994. I have a Master's in Forensic Science that I received from the University of Florida that I received in 2009.
And what year did you begin at Scottsdale?
In 2010, at the end of 2010.
And from 2010 until today, first of all, what additional training or education have you received?
Since 2010?
Yes.
When I was hired at the city of Scottsdale, I was hired as a trace examiner and a firearms examiner. So I received a lot of firearms training as well as training in trace evidence analysis to include fiber training, hair training, more ignitable liquid training, and footwear training.
And let me ask you about the footwear training, because I want to take you back to 2015. Were you doing anything at that point at the crime laboratory reference, comparing, evaluating footprint impressions and or shoes themselves?
Yes.
Are you doing that now?
No, I am not.
And why is that?
Because in 2021, it was removed from our accreditation scope of work due to lack of casework and the lack of a second person that was capable of doing the technical review. So under our accreditation, we have to have somebody that can do a secondary review that is also qualified to do footwear analysis. And in 2021, the only other person was our laboratory manager, and she didn't have time, so we didn't have a second person that was available to do that.
Let's talk about, in generalities, footwear comparisons, foot impressions, shoe impressions, just in generalities. what goes into evaluating, let's say, for example, there's an investigation, I'm not talking about this case, just let's say a burglary case. And recovered at the scene, either in the outside of the residence or inside the residence, footwear impressions are found, preserved, and submitted to the laboratory in an attempt to identify particular shoes. What are some of the, how do you go about doing that, first of all? Doing an evaluation?
So the first thing that I would do is, most of the time, if you're looking at footwear and imprints, impressions, they're also submitting footwear to compare it to, so actual shoes. Sometimes they might just ask for us to identify potential shoes from those footwear impressions. Like, they didn't recover shoes per se, they just want to know, is there a particular brand of shoe or type of shoe that they could be looking for. So the first thing, if I did have the shoes, that I would do is, well, regardless, I would look at the unknown first, evaluate the unknown, see if it's suitable for comparison. Does it appear to have, like, how much of an impression do I get? Because very rarely do you get a full imprint of a shoe or a full impression of a shoe. Sometimes it's just a portion. What portion do I have? Does it seem to have any, what we call randomly acquired characteristics? Those are the things that you get in your shoes as you're walking across the parking lot that would distinguish your shoe from somebody else's. You and your friend could have the exact same pair of shoes, but if you walk across a parking lot, your shoes are brand new, you walk across a parking lot, you're going to have different randomly acquired characteristics just based on how you wear your shoes. Do you drag a foot? Did you step on a rock? Did you step on gum? Did you, those kind of things can leave marks on the bottom of your shoe. So I'm looking for randomly acquired characteristics to see, are there enough of those that the shoe would be available for comparison, that impression would be a good impression for comparison. If all those check the box, then I would move on to the shoes that I'm comparing it to, and then start gathering that information. Is it the same class? So is it overall the same general characteristics in the shoe? And then start looking down at those randomly acquired characteristics.
Let's assume you have enough of a impression recovered from a scene for you to discern a pattern in the bottom of the shoe. Are you able to identify those to particular manufacturers?
So there is at the time, I don't believe they're in business anymore, but at the time there was a footwear database that was called Sidecar or Soulmate. It had changed names at some point, but basically this database, you could code in what you were seeing on the bottom or for that impression, and you could say triangles in a circular pattern or concentric circles, or whatever it was. You could describe the shoe. If you actually saw a emblem, you could put that in and describe it and say exactly what quadrant of the shoe it was in, and then it would give you back a list of potential shoes, and basically it would give you a thumbnail, so you can look at those shoes and you could quickly scroll through until you narrowed it down to, like, oh, that could be a potential shoe, that could be a potential shoe. I mean, there are big name brand shoes that have recognizable patterns, but there's also a bunch of off-brand shoes that do mimic those patterns. So it would give us a list of potential shoes that could have come from that particular pattern.
Are there certain types of or brands of shoe wear that might have actually the name of the manufacturer on them?
A lot of shoes, yes.
So if I understand you, let's say, for example, there is an emblem on the bottom of the shoe, Nike, for example. Does that tell you necessarily that it is actually a Nike shoe?
Yes, it would usually narrow it down to being a Nike shoe.
Correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is, let's assume that it doesn't say Nike, but the pattern is at least similar to some Nike manufactured shoes. But it could also, that pattern could also be found in off-brands.
Correct.
What are the limitations, if any, in determining the size of the foot that left a shoe impression?
So when there is a complete imprint, we can do measurements. We don't really ever say what size shoe it is because that varies so much among manufacturers. So if I have an imprint of a shoe and then I have the shoe, I will actually compare those measurements to one another, and not just the length of the shoe, but like the width of the shoe and a couple different, like at the toe area and the heel area. Just because I'm sure everybody's experienced, you go shopping and you're like, oh, I'm a size 8, and then you go try on a shoe and you're like, why is my foot not fit in here? And you're actually 8.5 in that particular model. Maybe you're a 7.5 or whatever. So it's really hard to give it a size. It's actually, we will measure and write down the actual measurements.
Let's assume that that original burglary case that I asked you about, there are no shoes provided to you initially to compare, primarily because assuming that no suspect has been found. 3 or 4 years later, a suspect is found, still has shoes that may be the ones worn at the time. Are you going to be able to identify those to the impressions recovered at the scene?
Because shoes have these randomly acquired characteristics you get as wearing them, you can imagine that those change over time. So everybody at some point has gotten gum on the bottom of your shoe. It doesn't stay there forever, it falls off. Sometimes if you get a rock in your shoe, that rock being stuck in the shoe is a randomly acquired characteristic, but if the rock falls out and it doesn't actually leave like a gouge or anything, that's no longer a randomly, that characteristic has changed. So there are limitations in that the shoe would have changed, especially over that period of time, if it had continued to have been worn.
Now let me take you to this particular case. Did you perform work in this particular investigation back beginning in 2015?
Yes, I did.
Assumed that we've had testimony about potential shoe impressions, footwear impressions, foot impressions recovered either in the residence or in the alleyway. I want to ask you and identify what it is you were asked to look at, number one, and what, if any, shoes you were provided from other cases to evaluate to determine if those shoes left any of the impressions found at this scene. Okay? Assume that there's been some testimony that detectives in this case ask you to look at impressions found from some burglary cases, shoes recovered in those cases. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
And were you asked to evaluate whether those particular shoes from that other case might have left any of the impressions found at this scene?
Yes.
Let me first, I have some, oh, and by the way, Exhibit 22 is in front of you there. It's a binder. It has your reports in it, if you need to refer to any of them to refresh your recollection. First of all, I want to show you Exhibit 410, which is in evidence. And I would ask you to assume that there's been testimony that photo marker AC and AD from the alley behind the victim's residence were recovered and submitted for analysis. Then I have a closer, Exhibit 411, a closer view of these. In this particular case, did you examine the images taken of these particular impressions?
Yes, I did.
And I have 414, which is photo marker AC close up. Let's talk about AC first. What do you remember about this particular impression?
May I refer to
Yes.
my notes?
And I think your reports may begin at Bate stamp 000592.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I just wondered what your impressions were, what your evaluation was of this particular impression, photo marker AC from the alley.
That it was an incomplete shoe impression and it had a lug style imprint.
What about AD?
That it also was an incomplete shoe impression with a lug style pattern.
So my first question would be, based on the information contained in the impressions, were you able to determine if the same shoe or footwear left AC and AD?
There's, I don't know that I actually compared them to each other. That's not necessarily what I would have done.
Okay.
But, so I don't know. I don't know if they are made by the same shoe or not.
And by looking at the images, would you have been able to determine when these impressions were left in the soil?
No.
Did you compare these to that burglary case and the shoes you were provided from that investigation?
I did.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw?
That they were not made by the same shoes.
Showing you Exhibit 407, which is in evidence. Again, I would ask you to assume that we've had testimony that this particular, I'm going to refer to it as a cable box. I quite frankly can't recall if that specific name was given to it. but it's located in the alleyway near the gate to the backyard of the residence of Miss Feldman. And do you see there photo markers AA and AB?
Yes.
Okay. Here is exhibit 409, which is a close-up of those two impressions. .413, an even closer view of a photo marker AB. .412, a closer view of photo marker AA. Were you asked to analyze these impressions?
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to make?
For AA, I said it's possibly an impression of a partial shoe, but it had insufficient detail for comparison. And for AB, I described it as a crisscross pattern, but it's unclear if it is an imprint of a shoe and it lacks sufficient detail for comparison.
Showing you exhibit 269, which is an evidence photograph of that top of that telecommunications box behind Ms. Feldman's residence. Did you view both photographs and or gel imprints from the top of this item?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if any of the impressions that were preserved were from a shoe?
I said they may be of a shoe pattern, but there was no
Were you able to make any, draw any, or make any direct comparisons between the shoe impressions from that burglary case, shoes recovered from that burglary case, to either the photo marker AA and AB or from the top of the telecommunications box?
No.
And why?
Why was I not able to make any? Because the impressions were not of value. There was not enough information there. And the shoes that I was submitted were clearly, didn't have any of the pattern that I could see. The shoes that I was submitted had no pattern that looked anywhere near the portion of what I could see in those imprints. So even if they wore shoes, which I'm not saying they were, even if they wore shoes, they didn't match the pattern on the shoes that I was submitted.
Showing you exhibit 604, which is in evidence. Assume we had testimony that a potential impression was recovered from the tile floor within the residence, photo marker L1. Did you, and then I have exhibit 303. Assume the testimony was that this particular image was taken after using an alternate light source and perhaps some chemical processing. 179, which is photo marker L2. What can you tell us about L1? Well, first of all, did you evaluate L1 and L2?
Yes, I did.
And tell us what your conclusions were.
So although this picture makes it really hard to see, L1 actually had two distinct shoe impressions in it. One of them you can kind of sort of see, which is the triangles, diamond shapes, what we would call like a classic Van style bottom of the shoe. And then L1, that was L1-1. L1-2 is also in this image, but it's also here, but this image doesn't show it. L1-2 was a partial input of a repeating pattern that was 3 lines, and then it had like a single row of circles. When I was doing the comparison, I kept calling it like an Easter egg, pattern, like 3 lines and then 3 circles, almost like a decorated Easter egg. And then L2 was an imprint of a right shoe with the diamond pattern across the whole shoe, much like L1-1.
Were you able to determine if the same shoe left L1 and L2 impressions?
I didn't have enough to compare the two of them, but I mean, they have the same patterns.
Now, you mentioned, I think I heard you say something about Vans, right?
Correct.
I don't want to misstate what you said. Are you saying they were definitely from a Vans shoe?
I said a Van style pattern, but they're not definitely from a Van.
Maybe not specifically, but how many other brands could have the same pattern?
I would have to look and see what even our Sidecar program printed out, but there were several other brands that had that same pattern on the bottom.
Other than the pattern that you could see, were there any other individual characteristics that might help you identify them to a particular shoe?
In this case, since they were asked specifically they were of comparison value, but I compared them to the shoes I was given, and they didn't. So I didn't look to see, if I had shoes to compare it to, I can compare it to those shoes, but in this case, the shoes I was given, they did not match.
And are you talking about the ones from the burglary case?
Yes,
And they didn't match?
correct.
Showing you Exhibit 88, ask you to assume that we've had testimony that this image was preserved from the tile floor within the residence. And in looking at this particular image, Exhibit 88, would you agree that it appears to be from a foot?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you asked to evaluate it yourself?
No.
In looking at this particular image, what, if any, conclusions could you draw?
This, I believe, was thought to be a bloody sock print.
Okay. Any way to determine whose foot left it?
We could do a measurement to see overall size, but we wouldn't be able to ever narrow it down to a specific foot, no.
Exhibit 89. What, if any, conclusions could you draw from this image?
That it was the same as L3, that it was also a bloody sock print. And I say bloody only because that's Kamasi blue was a chemical process we did, and it shows, like, blood will show up as blue when there was again, you can't see it really, well, I guess you can in the bottom right-hand corner, you can kind of see it had a pinkish stain to it, which we assumed to be blood, and then we process it with Kamasi blue.
I think you mentioned earlier that while you were at the Department of Public Safety, you were trained and you did do some evaluation of hairs,
That's correct.
human hairs, maybe even animal hairs. But, and what years would that have been?
That I did hair analysis at DPS
Yes.
from 2006 till I left in 2010. Then I did them at the the Scottsdale Police Department for my time of employment till 2016, 2017. Again, it got taken off of our scope of work for accreditation.
Let's talk about hair analysis, hair comparison analysis. If you were asked to, let's say you were provided a known hair sample to compare to a hair recovered from a scene, either an item or somewhere in a residence, for example. What are the potential things you would look for in an attempt to compare the two?
Well, first you would look at your unknown, determine, is it a hair? Is it a human hair? And then you would look at the general features of that hair. What is the pigment within the hair? Does it have, some hairs have like a shaft down the middle called a medulla. Does it have one of those? Is it segmented? Is it solid, meaning it's continuous and ongoing? So you're just looking for random features within that hair. When you determine that what those features are within the unknown hair, then you can look at the known hair and see if there are those common features within there. So you're looking at general characteristics. Hair is not identity. It's just, when you're just doing a comparison under a microscope, you're looking, is it consistent with that other hair? And if so, then you send it on for additional testing that is of value.
So if I'm clear, hair analysis doesn't lead you to be able to conclude that an unknown hair is definitely the same, or the known hair is definitely the same person that left the hair at the scene.
That's correct. It's consistency.
And what are some of the limitations? Let's say, for example, a known hair isn't taken from a suspect for a few years. Does your hair change?
Well, your hair does, like length and things like that, but the actual features within your hair, short of somebody bleaching or something and stripping out those features from their hair, if the person's hair is untreated, then you will probably have those same features over a length of time. But for a hair comparison, it's not one unknown hair to one known hair. You are literally taking 50 to 100 head hairs so that you can compare it to one known hair. So you need a wide range of sampling from all over, because you don't know, your hairs in the front of your head are not necessarily the same as the hairs on the back of your head. So you need hairs from all over that person.
In this particular investigation, were you asked to do any hair comparisons?
I was not.
Were you asked to do anything, any analysis of hairs recovered from the scene?
Yes, I was asked to determine if they were hairs, and if so, were they suitable for DNA testing?
And
Meaning, did they contain tissue?
so let me refer you to request number 0124, which is Bates stamped 000789. Were you asked to evaluate at least an apparent hair recovered from the north closet door?
Yes.
Now, when you said you evaluated hair samples to determine whether it should be forwarded on, did I hear you say that?
Yes.
And forwarded on for what?
DNA testing.
And so this particular one, was it suitable for that?
Yes, it was.
And was that item number 1119214?
Yes, it was.
And you determined that it was a human hair, correct?
That is correct.
And that it was suitable for further testing.
That is correct.
When you forward it on for DNA, what steps do you take to preserve it for DNA testing?
Well, protocols have changed over time. For this particular hair, I removed the root end and then placed it in a micro vial. So just a little tiny vial with some, I believe they put deionized water in there, but it's a vial that is given to me by the DNA unit, and I prepare the hair and put it in there for them.
Now, let me refer you to request number 0095, which is Bates numbers 000752. Can you tell us from the item numbers that you looked at where the number of hairs and from where they had been collected?
You just would like for me to read the list of hairs and where they were from?
Well, let me just start out with item 1019286. Were there 3 hairs that had been collected from Ms. Feldman's left thigh?
That is correct, yes.
Item 1019287. 1 hair collected from her right torso.
Yes.
1019288. 1 hair collected from her left calf.
Correct.
1019290. 1 hair collected from the right arm.
Yes.
1019292. 2 hairs collected from the left hand.
That is correct.
The next one, 1019646. 1 hair collected from the guest bathroom toilet bowl.
That is correct.
1020198. 7 hairs collected from the living room floor.
Yes.
1079094A. 1 hair collected from the left side of the chair.
Yes.
1079094B. 2 hairs from the top of the chair.
Yes.
And then 107,909-4C, one hair collected from the right side of that chair.
Yes.
So of these particular items, were any of them suitable for DNA analysis?
Yes.
Which ones?
One oh one nine six four six, which was the one hair collected from the bathroom guest toilet bowl. 1020198 hair, those were 7 hairs collected from the living room floor. Sub-items of that, so of those 7 hairs, hairs sub-item as B, G were suitable for DNA testing. 1019292B, which was one of the hairs from the left hand, and 1079094B1, which was one of the 2 hairs from the top of the chairs, were all suitable for DNA analysis. There were additional hairs, sorry. Those had apparent tissue. 1020198A, so that's C, D, and F. So those were the remainder of the 7, or the 7 hairs. Had possible tissues and were sent on for DNA analysis. Oh, it wasn't the remainder. 1020198E, 1019287, 1019290, 1029292A, 1079094A, 1079094B-2, and 1079094C were all human hairs, but they did not contain tissue, apparent tissue for DNA analysis.
Let me go back to L1 and L2. And so L1, you determined what, actually there was a L1 and then there was an L1A.
It was L1-1 and L1-2.
And I'm sorry, did you determine that were you able to determine if they were from the same shoe?
L1-1 and L1-2 had different patterns.
Were you able to determine if one was, for a better word, on top of the other?
I don't believe that I mentioned whether one was on top of another.
Can you look at, from that, that particular report, Bates 00632, please?
Yes.
What is this particular page meant to document?
Well, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you. This looks like to me, it looks like a SICAR evidence report. Yes. So this was, as we run SICAR, the database, as I implement into it what design features I see on the bottom of the shoe, then it gives me a list of shoes in which it possibly could be, and then I can print out those shoes. If the detectives ask for them, I can hand it to them and say, here's a potential list of shoes. And so that's what this is. It's a SICAR evidence report, and it lists one of the shoes features that it could be. And it has the name as a red Mark Echo model number 26724 and 26710. And this would be a shoe that kind of sort of has that classic Van style triangular pattern on the bottom.
But not a Vans.
It is not a Van.
And look at 633.
Yes,
Would this be more potential?
yes, this is another shoe that has that Van style bottom, but it is not a Van. It is a model named Verge by the brand Reef.
I'm sorry. Go to the next 2 pages.
There's another one that has that same pattern that is a brand Donné, model named Donovan and Van Dam. And then there's another one, brand name Fire Trap, model name Oxygen.
So let me ask you this, potentially my last question. Other than if you had a shoe impression that contained the name, the brand name Vans, would you be able to identify it specifically to, if it didn't have that, would you ever be able to specifically identify it as being a Vans manufactured shoe?
No, I would not unless it specifically had an emblem that was related to Vans or actually said Vans on it.
No further questions, Ron.
And cross-examination whenever you're ready. Sure.
Okay.
Sorry, there's a lot of exhibits, Judge.
Yep, no problem.
Good morning, Ms. Raines.
Good morning.
So you worked during doing foot analysis for Scottsdale from approximately 2011 to 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because you stopped in 2021 because Scottsdale stopped doing footprint analysis.
Shoe impressions,
Or
yes,
shoe
yes, yes.
impressions. And there just wasn't enough caseload to justify it, correct?
There wasn't enough caseload, and we didn't have a second examiner other than the lab manager who didn't have time to do the tech reviews and verifications.
And a large part of your work on this case, as you testified, involved comparing the footwear impressions collected from the Monterey scene to shoes collected in other unrelated burglary cases, correct?
Yes,
More than one burglary case.
yes,
And some of those cases dated back to 2014,
that is correct.
prior to the homicide in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And you were looking into whether any of the footwear collected from those other scenes shared any commonalities with what was found at this scene, correct?
That is correct.
And none of those comparisons resulted in any identifications to the Monterey scene impressions, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, every footwear comparison that you conducted in this case resulted in either an exclusion or an inconclusive finding, correct?
That is correct.
At the scene, you were also present at the scene, correct?
Yes,
You assisted Elisa Smaltz while she collected the fingerprints and the footwear impressions, correct?
that is correct.
You responded to the scene twice.
I believe so, yes.
Does February 19th and February 20th of 2015 sound correct?
I think it was days 2 and 3. I don't know the exact dates.
And then ultimately, and on those days when you're with Ms. Smaltz, you're basically taking notes.
I was taking notes, or when she was mixing chemicals and process, if she said, hand me a paper towel, I handed her a paper towel, or holding the light source for her, or, whatever she needed, I was basically her assistant.
You weren't doing any of the footwear impression collections yourself on those days?
No.
Okay. But you did do the analysis of the footwears that were collected from the scene, correct?
That is correct.
Before we get into the case specifics, I just briefly want to go over some of the general footwear stuff that you reviewed with Mr. Imbordino. So footwear analysis begins with examining the class characteristics, correct?
That is correct.
And those would be things like the shoe pattern.
That's correct.
They can also include manufacturer designs, such as a Nike logo,
That's correct.
an Air Jordan logo.
That's correct.
And shoe size would be considered part of the class characteristic, correct?
That is correct.
And then you mentioned this SICAR database. Do you recall what SICAR stands for?
I do not know.
But it's a shoe database that you guys were using at the time,
That is correct.
which is no longer in existence, correct?
I don't believe it is.
And the information that you input into SICAR was limited to the class characteristics information that we just
Yes.
discussed.
Yes.
And SICAR contains manufacturer information that will help you identify possible makes or models of the shoes, as you testified, correct?
That is correct.
And that will help you narrow a list of possible shoe types.
That is correct.
And it's usually multiple shoe types that it points you to, correct? Not just one.
Yes, even within like a Nike, it would show several Nikes that may have that pattern.
And SICAR cannot identify a specific shoe to a specific person, correct?
No.
And once you're done looking at the class characteristics, you testified you look at what you referred to as randomly or individual acquired characteristics, correct?
That is correct.
And these are characteristics that develop over time as a shoe is worn,
That is correct.
and they can affect, those are affected by how a person walks, you testified?
Yes.
Depending on how a person walks, a shoe can wear a certain way, correct?
That is correct.
A foreign object such as a rock, or I think you mentioned gum, those are unique features or that shape the shoe, correct?
That is correct.
And so two people can buy the same shoe at the same time, but they will wear it differently.
That is correct.
They will have different acquired characteristics.
Yes.
And it's the acquired characteristics that would make the shoe unique, correct? More so than the class characteristics.
Yes.
Shoe impressions can be distorted by the first surface they are walked on, correct?
Yes.
They can be distorted by the pressure that's put on the shoe,
Yes.
by movement.
Yes.
And because of those variations, you do not guess the shoe size from just an impression alone, correct?
Yes.
You can only consider a shoe size when you have a known shoe to compare to an unknown impression, correct?
Yes, but then I don't even talk about shoe size. I talk about the actual measurement of the shoe versus the measurement of the imprint.
Okay, so you never give a shoe size under any circumstance.
Unless I'm just describing the shoe as a size 8, da-da-da-da. Yeah.
Footwear analysis is not an exact science, correct?
That is correct.
You don't assign percentages to your conclusion.
No.
There are no mathematical probabilities associated with your findings, correct?
No.
There, at best, a footwear impression can identify shared characteristics or commonalities, correct?
Yes.
You consider the totality of both the class characteristics and the individual characteristics before you reach a conclusion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And even then, you cannot say an impression as made by the shoe to the exclusion of all others, correct?
No.
In fact, footwear identifications are rare, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when an identification is made, it's because the impression is so unusually distinctive in both class and individual characteristics, correct?
That is correct.
And you're not certified in footwear pattern analysis, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't think there's a certification.
And over the course of this trial, jurors have been shown several images, including today, of the footwear impressions that were collected from the scene. And I'll put up some pictures that Mr. Imbordino already used, just to remind the jurors of where these particular impressions were collected from. And I'll focus on your findings relating to the impressions taken from the alley, the cable cover, and L1 and L2 in the kitchen area. You received a CD containing all the photographs of footwear evidence in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you requested one-to-one photographs for comparison purposes.
That is correct.
Can you describe what that means, when you say one-to-one?
So in the photographs, if you recall, they all have an L ruler in them. So when I request a one-to-one photograph, what I'm requesting is that they print photos for me such that that L ruler is, I can hold a ruler right up to it and it is the exact size. So that's how I check to see if it's one-to-one. When it comes to me in the laboratory, I put my ruler down and I say, yes, this is within our margin of it. It's like plus or minus 2 millimeters that we allow it to be varied in order to consider it still a one-to-one.
Thank you. I'll start off with the footwear impressions collected from the dirt in the alley. These were next to the cable cover, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as to PMAA, you determined it was a partial shoe impression, correct?
Possibly an impression of a partial shoe.
A possible.
Yeah.
shoe. Okay. It lacks sufficient detail for comparison purposes,
That is correct.
With regards to PMB, you testified that this was the impression, you saw crisscross pattern in the impression, correct?
That's correct.
But you also noted it was unclear whether it was even a shoe impression at all.
That is correct.
And then these are PMAC and PMAD, just to give the jury a visual where these were located.
And could you note the exhibit number, please?
I'm so sorry,
Thank you.
Judge. The first one I referred to is Exhibit 408, previously admitted. And I am now showing her Exhibit 410, which was also previously admitted. As to PMAC and PMAD, those were incomplete shoe impressions, correct?
That is correct.
You noted there was a lug-style pattern consistent with the work boot,
That is correct.
but the impressions were not suitable for comparison, correct?
Well, I
Or
mean,
for identification, I'm sorry.
correct, yes.
None of the alley impressions resulted in any footwear identification in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Now turning to the cable cover, this is what was previously admitted as Exhibit 268. This is the lower wall where the backyard of Allison's house starts, right?
Correct.
And the cable cover. Those gel lifts showed multiple bar-like impressions across the surface. And I'll show you a closer of that, Exhibit 269, previously admitted. Do you recall noting that in your report?
Yes,
But there was no distinct shoe outline, you testified, correct?
that is correct.
So you cannot say with certainty that those impressions were made by a shoe, correct?
That is correct.
You could not compare those impressions to any shoe, known shoe, correct?
Correct.
And the last category I want to review with you involves the footwear impressions that were collected from the kitchen area tile floor. This is exhibit number 85, previously admitted. Those are L1 and L2. Those impressions were processed, enhanced, and photographed, correct?
Yes, and I believe gel lifts were taken as well.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 180, previously admitted. And that would be an example of one of the enhanced photographs that was taken, correct?
That is correct.
In your findings, you noted that those impressions showed a repeating geometric pattern, correct?
That's correct.
The pattern consisted of a diamond pattern in the heel,
Yes,
hexagon triangle pattern in the toe area.
yes,
And you described that impression as consistent with the Vans style shoe, correct?
that is correct.
And just to be clear, earlier you testified about the bloody sock prints that were also observed on the kitchen floor. You did not analyze any of those
No, I did
prints.
not.
Ms. Raines, you did not compare any of the footwear impressions to shoes worn by the officers or firefighters at the scene, correct?
I did not.
You made 0 identifications in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear, regarding the hair collected from the scene, you did not conduct any comparisons of the items that you submitted to the DNA people, correct?
No, I just determined whether it was suitable for DNA analysis.
And you don't know if any results came out of that.
I don't know.
Again, all your findings in this case were either inconclusive or excluded, correct?
For footwear, yes.
One moment, please. No further questions. Okay.
And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
L1 was potentially consistent with a Vans shoe, but it was also consistent with other manufacturers' shoes.
It could have been any of those shoes that we talked about.
While you didn't analyze the sock, what appeared to be a sock foot impression, would there have been any detail in it for you to compare?
No. I mean, other than the foot, I could have measured how big the sock print was, you know, from the toe to the heel, but that would be the only information I could have done in that.
And, excuse me, so for example, a barefoot might have ridge detail, right?
That's correct.
If there's a sock on the foot, you're not likely to have any ridge detail.
That's correct.
And the foot impression, the measured size of it wouldn't necessarily tell you the size of the foot, correct?
The measured size of that bloody impression?
Well, let's
I
say
don't see.
that there's an impression in some kind of liquid, okay? Measuring the image, would that necessarily tell you the size of the foot?
Not necessarily, it would give you a rough idea, but.
No further questions.
And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury had a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, ma'am.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
presence of the jury. Thank you for your patience as we get started this afternoon. And at this time, I will turn it over to the state. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Detective McCabe.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come up here to this podium and we'll have you sworn in.
Yes, it's Robert McCabe, MCCABE.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Robert McCabe. I'm a police officer currently with the Goodyear Police Department.
How long have you been with the Goodyear Police Department?
I've been with the Goodyear Police Department since mid-2016.
What is your current assignment with the Goodyear Police Department?
I'm currently assigned to their Special Investigations Unit where I work with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
And how long have you been in that current position?
I've been in that current position a little over 4 years now.
Prior to getting on with the DEA task force, what other positions did you hold within Goodyear?
Within Goodyear from 2016 on, I was a patrol officer for a short period of time, and then I moved over to a neighborhood enforcement team, and then I'm currently a part of the Special Investigations Unit.
Okay. Now, you're at Goodyear PD. You said you've been there since about 2016. Prior to your employment with Goodyear, were you a police officer with the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes.
When did you start there?
I started with the Scottsdale Police Department in late 2006, where I worked with the Scottsdale Police Department until I switched over to the Goodyear Police Department.
So about 10 years with Scottsdale?
Yes.
While at Scottsdale, tell us about the roles you had within that agency.
At the Scottsdale Police Department, I worked as a patrol officer for about 4 years, and then I worked as a member of the Gang Investigations Unit for the next 5 or so years. And then I worked a short period of time in our Domestic Violence Unit, and then finished there with the Scottsdale Police Department and made the switch.
And prior to Scottsdale, did you have any law enforcement experience?
No.
So it's confined to Scottsdale Police Department and Goodyear.
Yes.
So I want to take you back to 2015, which would have been during your time with Scottsdale Police Department, specifically February of 2015. At that time, were you assigned to the gang unit?
Yes, I was.
Around that time frame, were members of your unit being asked to assist with the Allison Feldman homicide that had occurred on February 17th of 2015?
Yes, we were.
Now, before we get into what you did, I want to kind of go back to your experience and your positions with each agency. You mentioned that you left Scottsdale in 2016. That's correct?
Yes.
So fair to say, at the time you left the Scottsdale Police Department, it was, given how long this investigation took, more towards the beginning part of the investigation.
Yes.
Because of that, were you around for anything that was happening or exchange of information from 2016 to 2018?
No, I was not.
For that reason, as you sit here today, given that you had been separated from Scottsdale for quite some time, do you lack personal recollection of some of the involvement that you had in the case, specifically if you didn't author a departmental report?
Yes.
Now, again, before we get into what you did, we've heard from other law enforcement officers who have testified in the trial that oftentimes when they were tasked with doing things, they typically use the buddy system or sometimes even involved a group, and that usually whoever was the lead in that situation was the person responsible for authoring a supplement. Is that your memory of how things were done in Scottsdale?
Yes.
Is that typical even among other police agencies?
Yes.
Okay, so now I want to focus you back to your in the gang unit, Scottsdale 2015. I believe that the first time you were referenced regarding participation in this particular case was when a patrol officer passed along some information concerning a person by the name of Nicole Nesselrode to you. Do you recall being asked about that at some point by the defense?
Yes.
In their interview with you. As you sit here today, do you have any personal recollection of that information getting to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, the jury did hear testimony from Nicole Nesserold, and she had mentioned that she had had multiple officers contact her, one of them being Detective Heinzelman. Given your role in the gang unit and you being asked to assist with tasks, if you would have acquired information, would you have then passed it on to the Violent Crimes Unit?
Yes.
Is that how it likely would have made its way to Detective Heinzelman?
Yes.
Beyond being passed along information, which I think at some point then got passed along, even though you have no personal recollection, I think the first time that you were asked to assist VCU with the Violent Crimes Unit was on February 19th, when the gang unit was asked to locate and surveil a person by the name of Ed Pfeiffer. Do you recall being asked about that?
I do recall
Previously.
that, yes.
Okay. And did you write any type of supplement related to your involvement?
No, I did not.
As a result, do you have any independent recollection of any involvement you would have had in this process?
No, I don't.
Let me ask you this. While you were in the gang unit, and once that gang unit was being asked to assist with various things, and we've heard from multiple folks who were working in the gang unit at the time, were you asked during this time frame to participate in a lot of what we're hearing is being referred to as locate and surveils?
Yes, I was.
Fair to say it was a lot of people.
It was, yes.
Are you able to keep track of every single person's name in your mind over the years?
No.
How about if you didn't write a supplement because someone else did? Would that also affect your ability to recall any involvement you may have had?
It would.
Okay. Moving kind of along that same vein, but before we do that, you did write some supplements in this case, to be clear.
Yes, I did.
Okay. But you were also part of work where you didn't write supplements?
Yes.
I think you were also asked, we heard from Detective Minor about a locate and surveil that the gang unit did with relation to a person by the name of Jason Kellums. Do you recall being asked about that previously?
I do recall being asked about that.
Okay, and did you have personal recollection of that, being involved in that locate and surveil?
No.
Okay, let me ask you this. At the time that you were working in the gang unit, were you working with Detective Eric Minor?
Yes.
Have you had the chance to review some of the supplements authored by some of these other detectives that you were working with at the time?
Yes.
Did that help in any way refresh your recollection to some points?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to kind of move through with you some of these fine areas that I think you don't have so much recollection of, and then we'll move into some of the points where you actually were the one responsible for documenting things.
Okay.
It looks like the next time you were asked to assist VCU was during the early morning hours of February 21st of 2015, and that related to going out to the 8526 East Monterey Way address. Let me ask you this first question. Do you recall at some point during your time at Scottsdale and working on this case responding to that address on Monterey Way?
Yes.
We heard from Detective Scott Carpenter that on that morning, some folks from gangs assisted with scene security. Were you working also at the time? We established you were working with Detective Eric Minor. Was Scott Carpenter also part of the gang unit back when you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall at least going out to the 8526 East Monterey Way address?
Yes, I do.
As a detective, do you typically do scene security?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something a little more specific to the gang unit than other detective assignments?
It was pretty common.
Okay. We've heard from people who were in the gang unit that you guys were sort of the jack of all trades and helped out with a lot of different people. Is that consistent with your memories from your time in gangs?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember, even if it's not that much, can you tell us what you remember from any time you spent at the 8526 East Monterey Way house?
I remember being there, helping with scene security, helping with any task, and waiting to move from one surveillance mission to the next.
Okay. Do you recall at any point, and I know there's supplements that typically document people who come and go from the scene, is that fair?
Yes.
Now, on these logs, and we've heard testimony from other detectives that there seems to be a distinction between red crime tape, yellow crime tape, inner perimeter, outer perimeter. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So when these logs are being comprised, and someone is being documented as being at the scene, what exactly does that mean in terms of what parts of the scene they're actually accessing?
I would think in the report it would document exactly where I had entered, if I had entered the outer perimeter or actually within the crime scene.
Okay, so there is a difference. There's that outer perimeter tape, and then some folks are able to go with inside the red tape, the inner perimeter,
Yes.
and then some actually went inside the residence.
Yes.
Do you recall, you said that you remembered being at the scene. Do you recall at all ever going inside of the house?
I don't recall right now.
Okay. Now, while you were at the Monterey Way address that day, I believe you assisted Detective Nolan with something having to do with a garbage truck. Do you remember discussing that with the parties?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have an independent recollection of that, or is it just based on being asked about it at this point?
Yeah, I would say I don't have a independent recollection of it.
Okay. Now, the jury is going to hear from Detective Nolan. So if you were involved in this and didn't write a supplement, or let me ask you this, do you recall being asked to write a supplement related to this involvement?
No, I don't.
Okay. There's one more thing I'm going to ask you about where I don't think you were the primary one responsible, but I still want to ask you about it. Looks like on February 23rd of 2015, you assisted Detective Minor by following up with a person by the name of Reza, R-E-Z-A, Jamshidi, Jamshidi. A person who we heard from Detective Minor had been potentially making some statements about the homicide at a Starbucks. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. I'm going to jump into something you probably will recall since we have a supplement from you.
Yeah.
On February 24th of 2015, were you asked to assist VCU regarding a task related to firefighters who had responded to the Allison Feldman residence back on February 18th of 2025?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
I was tasked with making contact with, I believe it was 4 firefighters, and asking them for DNA swabs, since I believe they were at the crime scene.
Okay. When you went to have contact with these 4 firefighters, where did that contact take place?
I believe it was at the fire station where they worked.
And so were you the one who actually collected the buccal swabs?
Yes, I did.
And then when you were done doing that, what did you do with those buccal swabs?
I impounded them.
One other thing that it looks like you might have done on that same date, you can tell us if you have personal recollection of this or not, is we had heard another detective testify, about a locate and surveil assist regarding an individual by the name of Timothy Cox. Do you remember being asked about that?
I do remember being asked.
Given you didn't write a supplement, do you have any personal recollection of your involvement in that surveillance outing?
No, I don't.
Okay. Another thing I want to ask you about, which I believe you documented, is a contact that you had on February 25th of 2015 with a person by the name of Christopher Draghi, Draggi. And in Exhibit 20 next to you, that contains supplements that you might have authored if you need to refresh your recollection.
Okay.
But can you tell us what your involvement was regarding this particular individual?
I'm going to turn to that real quick and take a
Okay.
look.
So let me have you look at that and
Okay.
then read it, and then when you're ready, then you can answer my questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection as to your contact with this individual or whatever you were asked to look at regarding this individual?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about what you did?
I spoke with Mr. Draghi over the phone, I believe, and as we talked, he looked at his records and didn't have any records or any type of recollection of ever working at that residence or for Allison Feldman, and so I documented that.
Okay. So it sounds like perhaps at least Scottsdale may have thought he might have done work on the house?
Yes.
Okay. And so you conferred to see whether or not you could determine if that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. And did anything of evidentiary value or probative value to you at the time to pass along to other detectives come out of that interview?
No.
Okay. On that same date, February 25th, 2015, were you asked to follow up with an individual by the name of James Castellamidis?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we established this took place on February 25th of 2015. Did you go out and speak with him at a particular location? Where that was?
Do you mind if I refer to the report to go over
For the
the
exact
addresses?
Yes, that is perfectly fine. If it would refresh your recollection.
I met him at the Walgreens at 8469 East McDonald Road in Scottsdale.
Okay. And was it your understanding that you were being asked to contact him regarding a tip that had come into Scottsdale Police Department?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Were you the one who actually received the tip?
No.
Was that Weishar?
It's possible.
Okay. Did you work with Weishar?
Yes, I did.
Okay, where was he assigned, if you recall?
I believe he was assigned to the same unit, the gang investigations unit at that time.
Okay. When you went out to speak to James Castellamidis, was Weishar, and I believe that is WEI,
SHAAR.
thank you. Did you go with him?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an interview with James Castellamidis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was that an interview that was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Now, you mentioned the tip didn't come to you directly. Do you even have experience with funneling tips? Did you ever experience that process while you were working at Scottsdale Police Department?
No,
Okay, so you don't really know much about how that works?
no.
When you went to the Walgreens, do you recall where specifically you spoke with James?
I believe we were in a private office area.
Okay. And you mentioned that you went to a Walgreens. Do you recall what his employment was at that Walgreens?
I believe he was a pharmacist there.
Okay. How long had he been at that McDonald location as a pharmacist?
I believe it was for several months. I believe he said August 2014.
Okay. And so you spoke with him February 25th, 2015. And so was it determined at some point that he had worked at a prior location,
Yes,
a pharmacist on Indian School?
yes,
Was that also a Walgreens?
I believe so.
Okay. When you contacted James Castellamidis, can you describe to us what his demeanor was?
I believe he was nervous with two detectives coming to talk to him, but he was forthcoming, spoke with us, was cooperative.
Okay. Now, when you say nervous, because two detectives were there, when you typically go to contact people, are people, is that something you typically see, I guess?
It's pretty typical for individuals we're speaking with to be nervous.
Was it a nervousness that was more in line with what you typically see, or something that stood out to you beyond that, if you
It's-
recall?
I would say it was pretty typical.
Okay. While you were with James Castellamidis, did you have the opportunity to observe him? Clearly, I'm assuming during your contact with him, he had clothes on.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Were you able to make any observations about him otherwise in terms of injuries or anything like that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
As we spoke, I was able to make observations, and I didn't notice any types of injuries or marks or anything that stood out to me.
Okay. Did you ever ask him to remove any of his clothing when you were contacting him?
No,
So just from the areas that you were able to see, you didn't see anything present?
yes.
Okay. While you were interviewing James, you mentioned that he was cooperative and forthcoming with information.
Yes,
Was one of the things that you did while you were at the Walgreens asking him for a DNA sample?
yes,
Is that something that he gave you?
yes,
Was it voluntary?
yes.
When you were speaking with James, were you interviewing him about a variety of topics?
Yes,
Did some of those things include, like, where he was at the time of the crime?
yes,
Any knowledge he may have had about the victim?
yes,
Knowledge about the neighborhood with respect to where he lived?
yes.
Were these things that, once you had received the tip, things that people in the violent crimes unit or whoever funneled the tip wanted you to ask him about?
I believe so, yes.
At the conclusion of that interview, were you asked to follow up on any of the things provided?
No,
Okay. Um, and to clarify, you're in gangs at the time.
yes.
So you're collecting the information, you get the recording of the interview. What do you then do with that information?
I would pass it on most likely to one of the case detectives working, and I would draft a supplement documenting what I did.
Okay. And because you're in gangs and not assigned to the violent crimes unit, was it your responsibility to follow up on any of that particular information?
No,
Did you have the limited role of collecting and passing on?
yes.
I'm going to ask you about a couple other things. On a few other dates, and I think we can follow ups with a few others regarding these things. I covered a few individuals that you were assigned to help locate and surveil. And then did you also accompany other detectives along the way on interviews?
Yes.
Was one of those interviews with Detective Bailey of a person who worked for UPS by the name of Terrence Doris?
Yes, I believe there's a supplement that says I was there with him.
Okay. Given that, so was that a supplement written by Detective Bailey?
I believe so.
Given that he was the lead in that situation, do you have any independent recollection of how anything that was discussed or anything in particular about that interview?
I don't.
Okay. And then I think you did a few other assists in terms of interviews, one with a person by the name of Jason Stevenson. You also had some involvement, I think, with a locate and surveil of a person the jury's heard about named Antonio Miracle. Are these the types of assists that you did that you don't have any memory of at this point?
Correct.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, did you author any supplements regarding this activity?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you about one other involvement that you had. Actually, there's a couple other names I'm going to ask you about where I think you might have been mentioned, and you just let me know if you have any personal recollection when I say the name. A locate and surveil on a person by the name of Antonio Stanley.
No.
A traffic stop where a swab was collected where you were an assist on a person by the name of Timothy Mudd.
No.
Okay. And then putting out a bolo on a person by the name of Raymond Barrero.
I don't recall.
Okay. For those of us who might not know what a bolo is, what is a bolo?
It's a bulletin that would go out to either within the department or to other agencies to help locate somebody for a question for interviews.
Okay. And based on some of these, I guess we can characterize them as administrative tasks. Are these the types of things that are not always documented necessarily in a supplement by you?
Correct.
Okay. I think the last more substantive thing I want to ask you about is, do you recall at some point being involved, you and other folks from your unit, in taking a trip to Tucson concerning a potential lead by the name of Anthony DeLucio?
I was able to read a supplement, and I do recall that happening, yes.
Okay, so tell us what you remember about your involvement in that outing.
I remember we were tasked to go there, attempt to locate the subject, and then when the subject was located, the goal was to attempt to obtain a DNA sample surreptitiously without him knowing. After reading the supplement, I recall when he had dropped off a Starbucks cup that he was, I believe he was observed drinking from by somebody else. I recovered it from the garbage can that he dropped it off in, and then I took that back to be impounded at the Scottsdale Police Department.
Okay. And when things are impounded by you or any police officer, is that something that you document?
I did not document it. I believe it was documented in Detective Carlisle's supplement.
Okay, somebody documents it.
Yes,
Is that for purposes of a chain of custody?
yes.
Okay. Which we've heard about during this trial. I believe that was the last involvement that you had, was this trip to Tucson. We've already established that you left in 2016. Is it fair to say at that point, you leave Scottsdale Police Department, go to Goodyear, and you're not involved in this case anymore?
Correct.
And do you talk to anybody about it over the years?
No,
Okay, doing your own thing at Goodyear at this point?
correct.
One moment. I don't have anything additional, thank you.
And cross-examination whenever you're ready. And sir, we'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Please state and spell your name, please.
Keith Myers, and that's Keithmyers.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Detective Keith Myers, and that's Myers. My badge number is 1441.
And where do you work?
I currently work with the Scottsdale Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm currently in our criminal intelligence unit.
And we've heard about various roles within the Scottsdale Police Department. Is the criminal intelligence unit different than that, or can you tell me just a little bit more?
Yeah, the criminal intelligence unit is more of a plainclothes, undercover-based capacity. We do investigations.
How long have you been with Scottsdale PD?
Approximately 11 years.
And so when did you start exactly?
In 2014.
Did you start as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Did you have prior law enforcement experience?
No.
And what was your role with Scottsdale in 2015?
In 2015, I was in patrol at that time.
Okay. And we've heard already from some patrol officers, I'm not going to go over all of your training and experience, but did you go through that standard path of the law enforcement academy and then some training with field training officer, some like kind of quasi supervisor, and then out on your own?
Yes.
At the time in February 2015, what kind of role did you have as a patrol officer? First, just what was your shift?
I believe it was an overnight shift, and I was just a normal beat officer, meaning that I had control or I would take calls in a certain area or geographic area within the city, and it was southern Scottsdale.
And now going forward, from when did you move out of patrol?
Gosh, I think that was around 2021 or 2020, I think.
Okay, I won't ask you too much about that. But so you were a patrol officer when Allison Feldman was murdered in February of 2015.
Yes.
Were you involved in any way in the investigation into her murder? Did you go to her house, anything like that?
No.
Were you called out to a home at 8722 East Mitchell Road on July 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
And was that around 4 a.m.?
Yes.
Initially, do you respond as a patrol officer to a sort of a call for service or someone there needs to be talked to?
Correct.
As part of that call and going to that home, was that in any way, that initial call to that home, related to Allison Feldman's murder investigation?
No.
So completely unrelated call. You happen to be at this house at 8722 East Mitchell. And I'm going to show you real quick what's been marked as Exhibit 680, already admitted. Potentially. Judge, while we're waiting, I'd move to admit 682 by stipulation as well.
And no objection, correct? No objection. It's ordered admitting 682 into evidence.
Should have given you a heads up to switch it around. When you responded to this home, did you speak to the two individuals that lived there?
Yes.
Up here, 8714 East Osborne?
I think it was Mitchell.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Skipped a step. Let me go to 682 first. We have Mitchell here.
Correct.
See that?
Yes.
And then can you see 87th?
Yes.
So did you respond to a home up here on Mitchell at 8722?
Correct.
And did you speak to the two individuals who live there?
Yes.
Jesse Jor and Logan Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. Did they indicate to you that they had a neighbor and described to you a home at 8714 East Osborne?
Yes.
And because this map cuts off right here, I'm gonna kind of switch back and forth. That was 680, I'm back to 682, just to show this here would be where they lived on Mitchell in this kind of horseshoe.
Correct.
And they referenced the neighbor that lived on this road down here.
Yes.
And in reference to that neighbor, did they indicate that person worked at a Walgreens on McDonald?
Yes.
They thought his name might be Jeremy.
Yes.
Did they indicate to you that this neighbor of theirs had said something back in May of 2015?
Yes.
As a result of your contact with them, did you write a report?
Yes, a field contact.
And is a field contact, is that sort of a different type of report than some of the ones we've heard about before? Why'd you use that term?
Field contact is not I guess, more intense as a report, because it's more of, if I'm an officer and someone has information to provide me, I can put into a field contact that can be dispersed if need be.
And does that field contact information then go to your supervisor?
Yes.
And did you personally walk to the Violent Crimes Unit of Scottsdale PD and talk to Detective Heinzelman?
No.
Or Detective McWilliams?
No.
Or at the time, Sergeant Lockerbie?
No.
But obviously you sometimes contact people and don't write anything down. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So in this case, you thought this was something I'm going to document with the field contact, and that will go to my supervisor to make a decision on?
Yes.
And just because we have this map up and we haven't seen this yet, you mentioned to me that you were not involved in the Allison Feldman homicide in any personal way.
Correct.
Are you aware, just by the nature of being a Scottsdale police officer, that Allison Feldman was murdered on February 17th, 2015?
Yes.
And if I told you we've heard testimony, this is her address, 8526 East Monterey Way, would you have any reason to disagree?
No.
Okay, so going from this, I'm just going to try to orient us while we're talking about this at the end of today. This here is Monterey Way, so this would be Allison's home. No, it's hard to see if that's even a home, how far zoomed out I am, but am I looking at the right thing?
I believe so.
Okay. And then, and you said you've worked in South Scottsdale at least as a time while you were on patrol?
Correct.
Okay. And then without flipping back and forth too many times, what we have up here is the Mitchell and Osborne kind of U shape that we've been talking about where you were.
Yes.
And just a few more questions. You mentioned you were there as related to an unrelated call that brought you to the home. Do you remember anything about that call?
Unfortunately, I don't. I believe it was a harassment-related call.
And I asked you this already, but I want to make sure I'm clear. That initial call that brought you to the house, that was that 4 a.m. time that you're responding?
Yes.
And you made contact with Jesse and Logan?
Yes.
And it was a result of that call, that's that reason for being there, that they mentioned this other thing that causes you to document it in the field contact card?
Correct.
And just to be clear, this thing that we're talking about, this statement from May of 2015, was completely unrelated to your initial reason for being there, which you described as the harassment call.
Correct.
I want to make sure we're not saying that, Jesse and Logan were not saying that this neighbor, potentially Jeremy, was necessarily part of that first call. They just happened to tack this statement on as you're there talking to him about the unrelated call.
Correct.
I want to make sure we're not overlapping those two things. Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
And cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Detective Myers, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You told us about your current assignment, which is a detective, correct?
Yes.
And you've been a detective in other units before, correct?
Correct.
You were actually part of the VCU at one point, correct?
Yes.
And you've been involved in homicide investigations, correct?
Correct.
And when you're working in your capacity as a detective, or even if as a patrol officer, you work as a team within the Scottsdale Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And information is shared, correct?
Yes.
And once a detective receives information, they can choose how or whether to follow up on that information, correct?
Depending on the information, correct.
And you've made those decisions as a detective, correct?
Yes.
You get information and you consider it, correct?
Depending on the information, correct.
And if you decide that you personally are not going to follow up on it, another person may be directed to follow up on that, correct?
It's possible.
In 2016, you testified that you were on patrol, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't a detective yet.
Correct.
And specifically, you were called out to that house on Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
And like you just said, it was 4 a.m. roughly.
Yes.
And you talked to Jesse Gerard, correct?
Yes.
And he's a male, correct?
Yes.
And Logan Lewis is a female, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified this was unrelated to the homicide, correct?
Yes.
This was, from your recollection, a harassment call, correct?
Yes.
And you did what you had to do regarding the harassment call, correct?
Yes.
And unrelated to the call, they provide you some additional information, correct?
Yes.
And you documented that in a field contact report, correct?
Yes.
And that's not part of that original harassment call, that's separate and apart, correct?
Correct. It's not the same report.
And a field contact report has a different number attached to it, correct?
Yes.
It's not attached to any particular case at that point, correct?
Yes. It has its own identifying number.
And that information can be passed along to others that may deem it relevant, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about that you may or may not remember. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 683 in the hopes that it might refresh your recollection or jar your memory. May I approach, please?
You may.
Thank you. 683?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's been marked as 683. Please don't show the jury. It's only for the purposes of refreshing your recollection. Before coming to court today, you had the opportunity to review that report, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at the narrative.
Yes.
And for the purposes of my cross, I'd like to talk to you about the information that you gathered from Jesse and Logan, okay?
Okay.
And in the end, I'm going to talk to you about ultimately what you did with it, okay?
Understood.
Okay. You learned about a conversation that Jesse and Logan had with their neighbor, correct?
Yes.
And that neighbor they knew as Jeremy, correct?
Yes.
And that conversation occurred in 2015, correct? The the information that you obtained was that that conversation happened in May of 2015, correct? And you documented that, correct?
Yes.
And you documented that they hadn't contacted the silent witness, correct?
Correct.
And you documented that they didn't want to be involved, correct?
Yes.
And you were provided information of where that neighbor lived, correct?
Yes.
And you understood that he had a Volkswagen van with a tarp over it in front of his home, correct?
Yes.
And you understood that he worked at the Walgreens,
Yes.
and that was that McDonald's location, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And you were told what they remember him saying, correct?
Yes.
And it was in regard to Allison Feldman's murder, correct?
Yes.
And if true, would be of concern to you, correct?
It was important information, I felt.
And that important information was something that you wanted to document, correct?
Yes.
And as a patrol officer, you know that that you're going to share some information with the people who are in charge of Allison Feldman's homicide, correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Let me rephrase that. You're not going to follow up on this, correct?
Correct.
You're going to write it down, correct?
Yes.
You're going to ensure its accuracy,
Yes.
and you're going to submit that report, correct?
Yes.
And the information that you received, you recognize that there's some urgency there, correct?
I believed it was important. Yes.
And I just want to clarify, go back just a second ago, you did not go immediately to that house on Osborne that you had just learned about, correct?
I don't remember.
And and if you need to refresh your recollection, go ahead and look at your report. You had an opportunity to look at the report?
Yes.
You didn't go to that house?
No.
Even though it's just a few houses away?
Like I said, I don't remember.
You documented that you thanked Jesse and Logan, correct?
Do you know what line you're referring to or where in the report?
Go ahead.
Yes, I see it.
So you did thank,
Yes.
and you obviously wrote the report,
Yes.
and there's a narrative about, you know, I don't know, one big long paragraph, is that correct?
Yes.
And that contains all the information that you learned from Jesse and Logan that you deemed important to document, correct?
Yes.
And you signed that electronically?
I don't know if we signed it, but is it approved up? Yes.
And it's approved by your supervisor, correct?
Yes.
And in 2016, your supervisor was a person named Brian Heiner, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified, let me just go, and the information that you put in that report was complete
Yes.
and it was accurate to the best of your abilities, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, in parts of your report, if there was a statement made, you put it in quotes, correct?
Yes.
And you personally did not pass that along to the detectives, correct?
Correct.
But that was the ultimate goal, I think. Is that correct?
I don't know what the ultimate goal was. I just notified my supervisor of the contact.
And detective, or Sergeant Heiner at that point, he had previously been a detective, correct?
I believe so.
whatever happened between him and the VCU guys, that you don't have any involvement, correct?
Correct.
And I want to just reiterate that this field contact report is not part of that original harassment report, correct?
Correct.
And I don't know if you wrote a report in the harassment parts, but if you had, this would not be attached to it, correct?
Correct.
And once you submitted your report and it was approved, you had nothing further in this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Let me just have a moment to check with my
You
team,
may.
please. Detective, you mentioned, and I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but you talked to your supervisor about,
I believe so.
okay, and that was, when I say your supervisor, that's Brian Heiner, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
And redirect by the state.
Thank you, Judge. Just have 2 or 3 questions. You mentioned, you can turn this off so I don't. You mentioned that your report gets approved by a sergeant. Is that true of pretty much all reports that you write?
Yes.
And all field contact card reports?
Yes.
And I don't want to mix things here, but I just want to make sure I didn't get lost in the questioning. When we say approved, that doesn't mean that your sergeant is going out and verifying what you wrote in the report, does it?
No, not necessarily.
It's not like you're corroborating everything, but more, is this report an accurate reflection of your involvement or contact or what you saw, et cetera?
Yes.
How long were you on patrol?
I believe from 2014 and I want to say 2021 or 2020. I have to look at the date.
Fair enough. But 7 years roughly?
I believe so.
Did you write a lot of field contact cards or field contact reports?
Yes.
And did you have contact with a lot of people on the street that may tell you things or want to talk to you?
Yes.
Do you always know when you're having those conversations whether what they tell you is important or not important to the overall investigation?
Yeah, no idea.
Nothing else, Judge.
And ladies and gentlemen, does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? We will collect it at this time. For this witness, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, Judge.
All right, and sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank
And again, if you can just keep that there, we'll collect that from the stand. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, as you may recall from your preliminary instructions, sometimes there's legal reasons why I may not allow a question to be asked to a witness, but again, feel free to continue to submit questions for the witnesses. And with that, that is going to conclude our time for today. Please remember the admonition as you go home tonight. Please do not case or watch any news stories or read any news stories about the case or anyone involved with the case. And I will look forward to seeing you all back here at 10:30 a.m. Have a nice evening.